Or is he just as full of shit as a Christmas goose? You know? What was that? Did it just turn 8? Oh, good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. Welcome to the 3rd of August, 2026, 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. All times that I refer to here are Central Standard Time, or that you see on my charts. Yeah, looks like we're off and running here, I think. Yeah, good. Okay, stream is streaming, trickling down the hill. This is Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. The idea here, excuse me, is that everything captured on my two primary monitors, Bookmap and IRT, are, captured in the video, of course. And my voiceover now, or my narration here, provides insight as to what I was thinking. So it provides a complete, much more accurate and granular record and journal than I could ever hope to do by doing screen snaps or typing, So now I only trade live trades. I only trade on the stream, never off. And any trades that I take in Bookmap here are live, real-time, real data. Both of these platforms, Bookmap and IRT, are powered by Rhythmic Data, market by order. And so that's the deal. Having said that then, however, it's important to know that the purpose of this stream is my virtual trading journal. It is not for financial or trade advice. And there is a disclaimer in the description. Please read that. You can lose a lot of money, but I feel it's important that I stream for myself. It's my journal. What good would a trading journal be if I didn't capture trades or trade? So that's how it works. And the idea here is not my way or the highway. This is what I'm doing at this moment in time to develop and continue a consistently profitable trading business based on statistics and price and volume. It's not my way or the highway. I really appreciate any contribution in the chat. Obviously, if you're passing through, like and subscribe. I'd be very honored about that. And yeah, so here we go. Let's get on with the numbers, which are important this morning. We've got ISM and PM and S&P PMIs out this morning at 8:45 and 9 o'clock. Unusual times. Right there. We've got the global manufacturing. Whoa. The hell is this? God damn, I hate this thing. This is complete crap. It's got nothing to do with my system. This is some pop-up nonsense bullshit. Well, let's go here. Here we go. Global manufacturing PMI and ISM, and they are at 8:45 and 9 o'clock. We also have earnings out this morning of Berkshire Hathaway, both A and B, and Palantir. Not this morning, but today. Boy, that's irritating. And I have tried everything I can chat GPT or whatever you want to call it to. That's a known pop-up notification scam thing. That fake Norton story. I've never had Norton antivirus in 15 years or more. I don't know that I ever had Norton, to be honest with you. Anyway, let's move on. So those are the news and those are the reports. Best I can do. I was going to try to show you the sources that I have, which are, let me see if we can do that here. The first news source that I was trying to show you was, wrong one, sorry, was investing.com, which is here. Now this is they only focus on, this was my old news source. That's why I'm so disappointed that this particular page or site has been corrupted with some kind of cookie thing, apparently. So this is the original source. They only report traditional economic news and reports. You can filter it for wherever you are, whatever reports you're interested in. And if you notice, the event title changes to a URL when you hover over it. So that's pretty handy. The other source that I have, I'm going to turn the damn thing off. Well, let's leave it. The other source that I use is Financial Juice. Similar idea with a calendar over here and a squawk box over here, which is pretty nice. Now, they will pull non-traditional economic events into their calendar if they get an advance notice, like Trump's going to speak or something like that, that could present a risk to the auction. Not a political comment, but the facts. As traders today, our main job is to preserve our account. And the first way to preserve your account is risk management. So, if you know about risks in advance, you can manage them. That's a good thing. I'm not sure that all this was saying. Anyway, this is the this is investing.com. And here's the earnings out for the day. Berkshire's A and B and Palantir, Mitsubishi, and a bunch of others. I mean, it's huge. The list is huge, but you get the point. And this is going to be a pretty intensive week for reports and numbers. And also, this is going to be non-farm payroll, remember, because it's the first. Non-farm payroll is by definition the first Friday of the month, of every month. So there we go. And Financial Juice. That's pretty much got the reports and stuff. Let's look at the pre-market and get away from this stupid news stuff. Well, there you go. Here's yesterday's RTH session. Get out of the way there, buddy. Yesterday's RTH session is right here. Here's the overnight so far. Tight range, gap up, and outside day. Why? Well, who knows? Here we are trading over here. Now this is in IRT, Investor RT. A couple of things about this system. If you notice, the header of every one of these windows has got the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. This is the micro tab, basically. MES, MNQ, the MES high time frame chart or micro composite, and this is the market profile, which is, I don't switch between mini and micro, but I do switch between sessions. So this is the full session, and when we open, I'll change it to the RTH. Starting from the top down, this is my high time frame or micro composite chart. Very simple. Again, it's the micro ES. It's the daily candles, and it's a day session, RTH session only. So every one of these candles represents a full RTH trading session, 8:30 in the morning to 1600 in the afternoon, Central Standard Time. That's 8:30 in the morning to 4 if you don't do 24-hour time. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them, and that generates a micro composite VPOC, which has been down here at 74.40 forever. Look at this. And also, a high and low volume nodes and all. And the high and low volume nodes are represented by these red and green lines. And they are, the values for those are pushed to Bookmap, as are the session prices. This little white nub right here is where we're trading right now. So we are just, this was Friday's, craziness, squeeze basically. And here we are trying to get a little more out of it. What's volume doing so far today? Let's look. 80%. Now this is obviously the percentage of actual volume against average, and average volume is looked back over 20 trading sessions at this time. And this is the ATR, average true range, buck and, a point and a quarter for a 1 minute candle. So one other thing with IRT and Bookmap here, any trades, IRT is where I do my statistical strategy development, back testing, forward testing, etc. And that is done like this over here. Here's an example of a trade that was grabbed. This chart has nothing to do with the system, but I send this results of the trading system to the charts, this chart, so that I can see if stuff is happening when and where I think it should, And any trades that are placed over here by the system, which is purely algorithmic or only traded with by the computer, are in the simulated environment of IRT, as opposed to Bookmap where everything is live, real time, forever, always, never playback, never replay, never rearview mirror, any of that crap. So just to be clear about that. And there's a couple of different, obviously I'm not going to be testing a system and trading real money. That's pretty stupid, isn't it? So here we are with the edgeful, a different view of the IB, but I wanted to make sure that was clear. So let's go to Electric Avenue, and this is Bookmap. Well, you can see what a session we've had so far. What are we doing here? Well, we're 40 to 68. We're at 28 handles wide. This looks a little more tighter than that, but you get the point. Widen this out just a little bit there. I was looking at this the session. This is how far we are outside of session, outside day, and then the open is way below us. Or the close is way below us, so the gap up is very definite. All right, now, and here's a good way to visualize that. Here's our close. There's our gap up, and here we are trading there. So the gap is there to there, considerable. Okay, Bookmap. The columns right to left, micro composite, where I manually enter those values from the micro composite chart in IRT. These are the high and low volume nodes, which will be in here once we get, if I scrunch down here a little bit, you can see them. There's some of them. The full session volume profile is right here. This started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. These are the high and low, or the volume profile and delta for the RTH, which will reset this morning at 8:30. They do not quit plotting at 1600. They plot all through the night like this, but they reset at 8:30. So it does give you an RTH session. It's not by any stretch the best solution, but it is a solution, I guess. And this is my statistics column, which is real important. We'll determine the statistic open here in a minute. There's only 4. And then we will get rid of these statistics from Friday, and we'll reset with for today. We'll redetermine those for today before the open. And these are the session prices, which are pushed automatically from IRT to Bookmap. Notice that there's no indicators on my charts. There are simply a POC, point of control, or which is just marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So 75, whatever that is, 75.60 right there, is the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the overnight. The minute one of these prices trades one more contract at, 38.19, the minute one of these contracts trades 38.20, that line's going to move there. That's all there is to it. Very simple. That's the way I have to do things. I'm an old cowboy from Montana, not some, firecracker from New York. So I need to keep things simple, and the way I do it is volume, statistics, and price. VWAP, volume weighted average price for both Globex and RTH. Oh, by the way, the POCs for both. There is a POC for both. The overnight is a little darker yellow than the full session is a little darker yellow than the RTH. And these lines here that you see I can change. These are pushed from Bookmap. I can do from IRT. I can do different things that I want to do. These are specific levels that I'm trading the IB against based on the latest developing structure. Now, what I would do is, the way I do this is, as I mentioned, in IRT, everything is traded in the IRT simulator. But if I want to take something and forward test it in the live market, I push like these values right here, which is just what the IB high, the IB low, and then these percentages, and I would I'll trade them based on the statistic, or based on the system as it is in Bookmap. I'll trade them live. Okay. Oh, and this is Blue Boy. This is just a real complicated indicator. It's called a vertical line. And I put that on the first print of every session. And the reason is, right here is the inside market. This is right here, right now to the second. So I know that. And if I have this Blue Boy over here and I can glance left and see it, I know without any question that this is the full overnight session so far in view. And I have absolutely no question in my mind what the context is. That's the story there. Okay, now the next order of business is the statistics. First thing we want to do is change the title of the column to the correct open type, statistics open type. And the way to do that is, let me try to scrunch this down here if I can. Okay. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? There it is. Very definitely higher. How would that price compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the previous RTH high. So it is higher out of range. So the next thing we're going to do is change the title immediately. And I change that every day for a reason. When I look back or look at my charts or the screen snap or whatever, I don't have to go around here and find all these things and figure that out. I know immediately what the relationship was of the open type. In this case, gap up. Next thing we need to do is clear the notes or the session levels here from Friday, and we'll put in the ones for today. And they come from this study right here. So higher out of range right here. Okay. And let me do something here. Okay. So it's looking to open higher out of range. Now IRT will conveniently highlight the correct open type in this blue, but only after we open. And they will also change the color of the text of these various levels from black to blue if the level has been revisited. So the system looks back at the most recent 1,841 days, trading days. Of those days, excuse me, we opened higher out of range 452 of them, or 24%. Of the days we opened higher out of range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 76.3 times. Overnight volume point of control. 76.3. And I'm gonna do something now that's, I'm gonna put in go down here and find the previous close. That's 47.6. And I want the previous high, wherever that went. 64.6. That's right here. Now, and the reason I'm doing this is because I need to widen out this. You'll notice when I widen out here, previous POC, that's another good one. $30.3. I want to catch all these levels, especially these that are going to move. And then when I widen this out, you'll notice that they're not very well aligned anymore, because when it's tightened up like that, it's hard to get them right on. You see how far off this is? And that's what I was trying to do. Now I can also go like this and scrooge them around, but that's a little awkward. Get clear down here to that. Look at that. I knew that was going to happen, but I wanted to get those values close. Okay, now let's get back to the business at hand here and just get down. So the next order of business is going to be the overnight high, then the mid, and I'm just going to go down the list. Overnight high. How high can you go? Right there is 74.6. Mid is 66.2. And I need to drop off now here and do something that I do every day. Which is the TLab snap. So, oh, I want to do that. Come on, Mr. Computer. Don't be mean. Man, what is going on? The TLab snap is a bookmap Discord, excuse me, chat room called the Traders Lab. And every day I post 2 snaps in there now. I used to be pretty active in there, but I'm trying to focus on my market, which is a suggestion from Tom in the TLab. Now, what the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. Every day at 8:20, I post this for those people who don't have similar kind of reporting or charting, that they can have all these numbers. And Tom was, has been trading like 48 years or something like that, and he was a professional trader at one point, money manager. Now I'm sure, just trades his own account. Maybe not, but anyway, he doesn't. It's not a live trading room nor a trade calling room, and it's Discord. So, a lot of good advice in there. And remember that you're never solicited for anything, even though it's sponsored by Bookmap, which of course would be tickled to death if you bought, subscribed, of course. But you're never solicited for anything in there. So I feel a certain kinship to them, and I make those 2 posts every day. Around 6 in the morning, I post a report. All right, that's enough of that. Let's get on to wherever I am now. Let's get on back to Bookmap over here. Now, we've got the stats in here, I think, fairly well. Overnight low, we didn't get that one yet. That's a goodie. Overnight, and we don't have the previous POCs. They're so far below. Overnight low is 35.4. I don't know if I'll drop down to the POCs or not, or the IBs. They're so far below us. The IB high and low, 64.2. Let's see if we can see it anytime soon here. There we go. What did I say it was? For 64.2. 64.2. And this is the IB high. Why do I put those initials by some of these? These are the IB high and low are just the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So the minute we open, this price is going to go jumping up above price, and I need to know what that was. There we go. Okay, now the next thing I need to do is get ready to be trading this hootenanny over here. We have news at 8:45 and 9. So I will not be doing the magic box or the open stat, but we'll watch them. I don't think trading into news is a good idea, especially in a situation where the market is just absolutely balanced like this. Look at this thing. Talk about a chop fest, huh? And there's London comes in. They just widen it out a little bit, and that's about all. Now, will we close the gap? Will we close the gap? I doubt. Clear down here. Will we close the outside bar? Likely. Even though the stats are not particularly high today to do that. Usually, I would say, well, there's profit, right? So there's going to be some responsive selling to take profit. But this crazy environment, and who knows what's going on with this news, there's been, well, we're going to have peace everywhere. And Jesus, I can't keep up with it, to be honest with you. So, hey, Anton, good morning. A lot of crazy stuff out there today. We've got news at 8:45, reports at 8:45 and the top of the hour. So I'm going to stay loose from the magic box and the 5-minute and the open regression until the IB starts up. I have no driving I've got to do today, so that's cool. All right. We're gap up and we're outside day big time on both fronts. Oh, I know something that's important to do. I'm sure you'll agree. Be able to trade. So the way you do that with Bookmap is you activate the trade control panel over here. Pick an account. Now I can get the real estate back, and I've got cancel and close up here. Plus I have all my old metrics. So I need to jump over here and make sure this is all happening correctly. And it isn't, probably. Multi-bracket. And multi-count trading. Usually I would be doing a couple of trade setups here. The magic box and the open regression. But I think with news happening here right at the first 15 minutes in the session, that's not a good idea. I'm going to open here in about 2 minutes according to my setup. Yeah, you're welcome. I did a whole bunch of stuff we'll talk about as soon as this mess gets open and I, get through complaining about the lags on RT. I have no place to drive today, so that's pretty wonderful. Okay, there's the overnight session in view, and that's just about a chop fest mess, and we're coming right back to the overnight open, so good luck. Hook in and hang on. Yeah, I did actually, and that's what I was going to tell you about. Less than 30 seconds, well, about 30 seconds to the open now, and then try to get everything organized. I got a lot of stuff going on over. The data choke's happening over here. That ought to be the open right about there. Okay, what I wanted to see here was, now where the hell did it go? I look familiar. This is 15-minute delay. It's something I found where you just load it up and play with it and do whatever you want to do. So I'll get back in 15 minutes and see. I suppose in 15-minute delay, there could be no possibility of a lag, I guess. Come to think about it, that was kind of dumb. Anyway. So here we go. What are we doing here? Well, we're trading up like crazy. I got to get the IRT thing happening over here. Hold on. $50 slag. Okay. Here you go. What are you doing up here? Have I got this on the right window? No. Man, this is a pain in the ass. Okay, I guess it's working. Man, look at that POC. Jesus. Talk about having a square dance over here. Okay, 5 minutes. Let's see what's going on with the new and improved Blue Boy here. There we go. Remember, there's news at 8:45 and then top of the hour. S&P and ISM and S&P PMIs. Wow. That's a long way down to that open now. 12 handle. Ooh. Looks to me like there's two different people. There's that good-looking gal, Anastasia, and then there's a guy whose name I didn't catch, who seems to do a lot of the videos. Look at him go. Oh, boy. Now, this is just everything's great. Then it's going to ratify Blanche as, convicted of lying under oath, and so that's a perfect guy to be the attorney general. I didn't see anything about that, but I was not looking for that stuff immediately. Those kind of trade management. I was trying to figure out There's a couple of questions also that I can't quite figure out. I found out something else too that's pretty interesting. Let's see if I can do this. I bumped into this. It's pretty interesting. Here's the whole Gex story, pretty in pretty amazing detail. And there's a explanation blurb for this thing, which was quite interesting for me to read and learn, kind of succinct way to understand all about the various Gex levels and put walls and the vol trigger and HVLs and all that stuff. So we'll see if this thing even looks like it's remotely happening. Oh yeah, it does. There's the level. This is free, by the way. Some guy coded the bejesus out of this thing, I'll tell you. Well, we're getting out of the I can't even speak. The ETH high. I mean, we're at least knocking on the door. There we go. Going to finally close that gap up there from God knows whenever that was, the 16th of July. That gap high. There we go. One of the things, hearkening back to our discussion about stop runs and liquidity and all that stuff, there's one of those videos where the guy of the Atos goes into detail about their indicators and how effective they are and all that, and he says it's absolutely based on stops, on basically retail stops. I guess he knows what he's doing. Impressive to me that they're all from Latvia, and he's given webinars in English and German and some other language. You know, those. It's amazing to me how much more advanced and much more open mind, you know, to languages and stuff. The Europeans. I've always felt so basically bad about myself for being a monosyllabic. Seems like kind of an interesting guy. I didn't listen to her. She's pretty good looking, though. I didn't listen to her, though. I was just trying to figure out what he had to say about the various stuff. What am I doing here? Delete. Okay, there we go. Now, that got right up to the mid line on this thing, and the mid says, hold on a minute. What does it say about the mid? Above the put walls, call wall, put wall, where's the mid? The Gex flip is a real big one when they have to start selling and buying. It was. I also listened to several pretty in-depth things as I was doing my walk yesterday about this whole Gex thing and how they have to, when they're short, when the dealers are short, they've got to sell against selling or buy against buying. But if they're long, they reduce volatility by, if they're, you know, if price is going up, they sell to bring it back in. It was interesting stuff. I'm trying to see the mid now. Where's the mid? 6 levels. There's the flip, there's the call wall, there's the put wall, high volume node, volume trigger, max pain, intermediate levels. Okay, the mid, upper and lower equilibrium. When the distance between the primary levels is wide, 2 faint midpoint lines appear. Okay, now there we are. Uh, yes, MES. According to this, you see it right over here. Whoop, where'd it go? You see where the options are right up here at the top. The gamma levels on the end on the MES. Oops, wrong. No, you can't see that right up here. Yeah, you can grab it yourself real quick. It's done by My Free Gamma Level. It's the thing in I found it by doing a Google search and reading about it, and this guy coded it all up, and it's proprietary code, but this is this MFGL Elite, and you can set it all up however that shit you want to, and it was just easily pulled down from the indicators thing. Yeah, it's pretty goddamn amazing. I'll tell you, pretty darned amazing, I should say. Something happened with the session levels from from Edgeville here. I don't know what, but I'm assuming maybe there's some conflict with this thing, but I'd rather look at the GEX things because I've got the IBs working, and so I know where the sessions are. And it's not like a big deal. What I was interested to do was see if it. Oh, she's she's hot. There's no question about that. She's a good-looking gal, and I'm sure, smart and all those things. But I only listened to just a little bit of hers when she was talking about setting up something. And I only noticed that they're from the fellow whose name I don't remember. Andre, maybe? Anyway, he commented once that he was, when he was doing the one I was watching, which was in English, obviously, that he had just done one, was kind of tired because he had just done the same webinar, but in German. And it's tiring because neither German nor English are his mother language, his mother tongue. So I'm thinking, well, that's pretty cool. Yeah. So wait a minute here. I'm going to get off of that and back to. I want to see what these GEX things are doing, just to see if any of this makes any sense. The only thing I guess that makes sense because of the gap. The flip is way down here. This is where now they'd be long. So if prices going up, they're going to be shorting it, and if prices going down, they're going to be going long to reduce volatility until it gets past the flip, and then it goes the other way, from what I understood. But here's the call wall way the hell up there, and the put wall's way below it. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see how it compares to something like the Menthor or Spot Gamma or something. They're very definitely live stuff, though. And all of this data down here and up here is pretty amazing. Well, okay, 10 seconds till that first news. This thing doesn't look like it's calculating right to me. I better make sure I got that. Ooh, bang, bang, boom. Make sure what window I'm on. Okay. Make sure what I got going on over there. What are we doing here? This doesn't look right. Ah, no wonder it's not right. Now, where was I? Oh, yeah. There's the IB. I'll tell you something I can't do on this program, which is pretty weird. I can't get the price scale to get down over here and whatever this thing is. I guess it's a heat map and the dome and whatever else. I can get it down to even to ticks, but this thing refuses to go lower than that. I tried Googling and schmoogling and all kinds of crap. There's a thing up here where you can link the two together so they change links to the right. It still doesn't seem to work right. I'm sure there's a way to do it. I just part of the stuff I messed around with. I don't think he's old. Stop using the word old in my presence, please. I don't. I only saw two people. He's the only person a guy that I ever saw do any of those videos on my YouTube. Let's see how, I don't know how to show you. He wears glasses. He's got kind of longer hair, kind of salt and peppery looking. That's and the Anastasia is obviously the gal, really beautiful blonde lady. They're not stupid, right? They get a real pretty gal going on there. So I don't know how to get this. This is frustrating. I'm not interested in 5 points wide or the closest I could get is 2.5 points here. And over here, when I untick this thing, I can get this down to 1 point or 1 tick, but it doesn't follow suit. I don't know. Not that it's a problem. What I was trying to do or interested to do was see if this thing, even with the 15-minute delay, had some sort of was lagging or doing anything. It doesn't look like so, but I guess I couldn't really tell. And I just did, I built the sessions and I put on a volume profile and the IB, and I didn't realize that this was the heat map floating along over here. Because during the weekend, of course, these were just nothing columns. So yeah. Wait a minute, cancel. I don't want to do that. Whatever. I don't think. Okay. Anyway, let's see if I can get a picture of that guy for you. Yeah, he's just he's the only guy I ever saw. Let's see, where the hell can I do that? I don't have the same YouTubes down here on my lower machine on purpose. Let's see if I change accounts, maybe. This could be it. Here we go. If you can see my screen, this guy right here. These are the only ones I've seen with someone other than the gal. Was this guy? Yeah. All right. Now I'm going to get back to the right one here. Oh, wait. Oh, I was on the right window. Okay. Oh, well, let's get back. Yeah, they never got. Well, the magic box would have been phenomenal this morning. Okay. All right, where am I now? Who's on third? I don't even know. Here, hold on. Nobody move. Boy, that is so freaking frustrating about that stupid pop-up shit. I don't know how to. And you know, it's the most amazing thing about the pop-up stuff is I go to Edge, go to the AI thing, you know, the search thing, and type in Norton pop-up, you know, website pop-up, whatever. Oh, that's a known scam. Go to, you know, you go to here, go to settings, go to this, go to notifications, disable that. You go to follow the exact instruction by Edge, Microsoft Edge, and the instruction's wrong. There is no privacy and settings notifications. Doesn't exist. Try to search for it. Doesn't exist. I mean to tell you, it's it's so frustrating. So I quit that immediately. Well, we got some pretty wide stuff going on for the IB. Holy Jesus, look at this. We got 9 points, 9 or 10 points wide on the first percentages here. This IB is getting out of control. We're definitely gap and go. There's no question about that. We had gap rules. I forgot about that. And open. Okay. Gap rules. Forget to type the things in my lookout. I start talking to you and no, not even close. Didn't even look back. It's 75.46 is what I've got for the open over here. Right there. And we're just gap up and everything else. Still rocking. Well, you know. I don't know how to show you this. Yeah, well, pick a number up above, and I think you're going to get 85 is going to get hit pretty quick too. I mean, you know, here we go. Here's the liquidity been sitting up there since forever. Been sitting up there since the open. No, since 50. Yeah, I hope you're long. I'm sure Magic is doing the magic dance. Or not. Let's see, what was I going to look at? Yes, I want to see if this Gex crap is working here. What are we doing here? Well, forgot what that line is. Means something. Well, we came across the mid line, which was at 75. It sounds like a line from an old song. Call wall is way up here. Mid flip, Gex flip is down here at 75, whatever that says. 08. So it looks to me like I would have thought that these levels were closer. Here's at the money for the 76s up here. 100 plus 179, whatever that means, I don't know. And this tells you how to go about trading them. There's some little goodie down here that tells you a bunch of stuff too. Action long, Gex positive, regime is short. And then there's this story over here. More going on here. This guy's got, even just check this out. Am I on the right? Yeah, you're on the right window. This is the setup stuff for it. Oh man. You can do quite a bit of stuff just over here. Neon glow, different heat maps, different stuff. I didn't really change anything other than I set up the sessions correctly for my time zone and that kind of thing. Where do you put the dashboards and all that? Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. News here in a minute, so be careful, heads up, or less than a minute, 15 seconds. And liquidity stacking all the way up to the 90s. They're just squeezing the bejesus out of everybody. According to everybody else, Now there's the news there. I don't know what it was, but who cares at this point? ISM manufacturing 55.6, previous 53, 53.3. Okay. So I guess the economy is great. All these thousands of people that are losing their jobs aren't. I mean, I don't get it. I guess it's, I don't know what it is, Nelson. Whether they're making up the numbers or what they're doing. But something's going on. Oh, Donnie Jr. They're live. This stuff over here, you mean? Yeah, these are live. This thing is live, jumping along here. Beats the hell out of me. There's previous day high. This is another one it plots. What I've read about those GEX levels is they are based on the previous night stuff. So I guess that they're all that way. I don't know that, but these things here for the puts and calls and stuff and the call walls, I guess, I don't know. And I got to read more about them. There's quite a descriptive piece. Try to figure out how to. I wish I could post, copy and post something in the damn chat. I don't think I can. I think we tried this before. You can't post something in the chat or copy and paste. I don't think. Let me see if I can do that. I don't think so. Don't think so. No. Well, want to do that very bad. Well, I didn't want to do that in the middle of everything. I don't know how that worked. That didn't work like I had it. Wait a minute. Wrong keyboard. Football. Oh, that didn't work either. You a bitch. Okay. Copy. Okay. Oh, there you go. It works. I think. Yeah, there you go. I didn't know I could do that. That's got a bunch of text, at the beginning about what each level is and how they're calculated and how to trade it and all kinds of stuff. It was pretty interesting reading. Not very long. Pretty interesting reading. Okay. Yeah, I think it's live because this stuff's all changed around Monday, right? I guess. This stuff down here. All these things here are changed, and this is happening, and this seems to be live. Yeah, I don't know. Who the hell knows? Anyway, back to the business at hand here. Well, we're at, wow, what an IB. Oof. What is the IB? Let me get away from this one and get over to the other page over here. $50 handle, a 48 handle IB over here, and the low was definitely put in first. This will be the likely suspect. Look at that. Wow. And I don't know what happened over here, but this thing quit working right. It kept throwing an error. Yeah, it throws this real-time error. It beats the shit out of me. Why? I don't know if it's got something to do with, I don't know. I have no idea. But anyway. I also don't see the shading behind this IB either. It's supposed to be there. Maybe. So let's see about the statistics now. Well, no gap or close or anything else. So the outside day isn't looking very good. The gap, never mind that one completely. Let's get on to something else. Okay, MES 6 months cash. There we go. 74s. Standard by day. Monday. Do. And rejection. Monday. All day. Okay. Yeah, it's about $400 or $300 or something. I was looking at that over the weekend also. Yeah, well, there's primarily, I think, two of them is Spot Gamma and this Menthor guy. There's another pretty interesting, let's see if I can find where that was. Another thing I was listening to. Let me see. Where is that? Probably be great for you, especially because you like to trade options and swing trade and all that other stuff. No question about context today, is there? Any question in your mind what that we're doing? I don't think so. We got another gap low up here from 16th of July. MCVPOC from the 15th was just taken out. If that means anything. What's the difference between Mentor and Spot Gamma? Do you know? Or did you even bother looking? I mean, I don't know. They both push to Bookmap or TradingView or whatever. You can visualize it on both, all of those apparently. I know, I did notice that. Yeah, that's right. It's like the $300 the pro thing or whatever the hell, right? Or something like that. I remember. I didn't look very close because I'm not there. I mean, depending on how, where am I? Depending on how, which is this now? Okay. Depending on how, history. Depending on how much you know about this stuff, this guy right here is really good to listen to, and I think really intelligent. And this is the one I listened to walking yesterday. A real good breakdown. And this guy's got 550 some thousand subscribers, so it's not like he's not like, you know, Joe Shit the Ragman. But he's got a lot of pretty interesting stuff, and this particular one, Fractal Flow, to do with Gex, it might be interesting for you. His voice is, I like his voice to listen to stuff. It puts me to sleep really fast. Yeah, I seems like I thought so. I think it seems like I heard something about that, or yeah, it definitely integrates with ATAS. It does. Okay, well, anyway. The IB is IBing right along. The IB low was obviously put in first. Yeah, there's a pretty good chance you're going to take the IB high, I would say. So what's going on here? Let's see. Woo, yeah. Yeah, good idea. Real makes good sense. See, speaking of my platform, let's see if this thing's lagging or something. I guess I can tell with a delayed system, but I thought it was so weird I couldn't get those prices to get down less than 2.5 points. I don't know. Maybe it's the font's too big. I don't know. See what if I can do this? I don't know. Oh wait, is this? I guess this is the heat map thing. This is their heat map. What that was. Boing. I didn't see this before, as this was all scrunched up on the weekend. What the hell is that? How can that be? This over here stays at 1 tick, as near as I can tell, and I can never get this price over on this side over here to line up. I don't know why. I don't know what that is either. This is all stuff I didn't see before, of course, because there was no data going around anywhere. Hello, I don't see anything up here. Where's the price? Here could be, huh? Oh, there we go. It figured out something and got it up to speed. I'm not real crazy about their colors, but obviously that's set that anytime. Is there some sort of two questions if you happen to know? How in the world can you get this chart to be 1 tick or less than 2.5 points? No matter what you do, it gets worse. You scrunch them down. And if you go out to where it gets to like a point and change, it's so big that you can't see anything. I'm sure I'm doing something wrong, but that's stupid, I think. So here's the heat map. That's pretty cute. What's that red thing all about? Oh, these are probably candles, huh? Okay. A candle dome or something like that. At 9:05, yeah, 9:20, 15 minutes behind. Well, that's obviously never going to be a delay or a lag because it's delayed data to start with, so that didn't do me much good. So, turn this colored stuff down. Cumulative volume. Pretty tricky. Well, let's see here. We're going to set the IB in about 10 minutes. Wow, that's one hell of a lot of room. $13 handles. What's going on over here in the other world? 54 point IB on the ES, on the MES. Wow, that's a lot. Huh. That's crazy. I'll be right back. Well, let's see now. 4 minutes to the IB. Still lagging along on book map. Yeah, I'd be real curious to see the difference, or what the difference is about the Menthor Q or something like that would be about this other stuff. That's for sure. Ooh, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Well, we're right at that, at the money on the sixes here, so whatever that means. I guess there'll be people selling them. That means that the brokers will be selling the underlying, I guess, right? Predicting, and we're going to get to that call wall at the 76.5. Let's see. I hope you had a nice weekend over there. It wasn't too terrible hot over here. I didn't go for the usual 7 miler. I only did about 3.5, but it wasn't so bad. All right, 9:30. Oh, and look at that POC come zooming up there, huh? On the MES, of course. Not. I don't know about yours. Yeah, well, there's the IB. There's the IB high. Are we going to take the IB high? I can pretty definitely tell you I don't think I'd be looking for shorts myself. Okay. No lag. Don't say that out loud. Ooh. Well, we took out 2 MCVPOC levels here this morning. And boy, you know, I'm really glad that the country's doing so good. Oh, sweet. Were you on the, did you go out in the Gulf Stream or somewhere, or? Yeah, just offshore, I guess. Up there in Boca, you can't very well get down to Biscayne Bay or anywhere. Very easy. Was that crude boat or bare boat? Well, whatever. That's good. Super. We laid pretty low here. Right to that strike level. Oh, nice. So did you go Biscayne Bay? Or out the government cut there and somewhere and out, or Stiltsville and out in the Gulf Stream? Again, none of my business, or don't focus on trading, I guess. But yeah, that's a lot of memories down there. Memories. You don't need a license at all. I mean, you don't need a 6-pack or anything else. Thank you so much. Here goes the IB. I would say. The initial balance high. I keep forgetting to do this stream stuff. Initial balance high is the most probable statistic every day, and it's comes from the statistics study over here. Everybody knows about it. It's the most probable level that will be taken out in all 4 of the open types in every trading day. Today is 98.0% probability that one or the other will be taken out at some point between 9:30 and 1600, and that's going to happen. Looks like the high here pretty quick. That's the IB stat. Excuse me. And if we take this out up here, it will be a breakout. The idea here being it opens inside, closes outside. That's a breakout. And then the trigger is to retrace to the 25, and that's the configuration that's set up now in this testing strategy. Did I see the post about the video you watched? Early on, let's see here. Early on, you said you watched some good videos, but I don't see any specific ones. Stand by. Well, let me scroll up. Yeah, I did. This one up here at the top where, oh, I can't show you that. The one about at about 8:31, I watched a few great videos over the weekend. 2 different people, different strategies, but similar position handling approach. And you said something that they had a much better approach than the hedge, but I didn't see, I didn't see it. Yeah, I saw that post, but not a reference to the video. So if you posted that somewhere, I don't see it. And I appreciate it. Well, there's our IB high. Bing, bang, boom. Are we going to get a continuation here? Or are we going to get an IB failure? I would suppose under this, with this context, I would say continuation is about the name of the game. We got that. There's the 7,600 call, the call levels, the strike. Ooh, strike. Listen to me. I'm an options talker now, man. Strike. Wait a second. Right above my post about the boat. Nope. There's no. What I've got here is mentor. I'm sure some other differences, but up. And then we run it a 50-foot boat. There's no link that I see to the video, but that's okay. Was it on the Atos or did you just search on YouTube or something? Maybe other people can't post you or something there. I don't know. I've never put any restriction on anything, other than just other than I guess YouTube might just do that. I don't know. Well, Well, the IB is active, so let's see what's going to happen now. Are we going to get, I can't imagine we're going to get a pullback to the, the 26, 25% level. That's down to 86. That's one hell of a pullback. Now we might get this would be a continuation trade. I'll bet you money here. Hold on. Let's look and see. Let's look. Nobody move. Hold it. I got it. Well, this thing's actually pretty responsive today and no lags. I'm kind of amazed. No signals though. Did I do something here? System's in there. Okay. Well, I would have thought that's the A signal there, and there's the B, and there's the pullback, and there's the trigger. That should be a complete setup for an IB continuation trade, to be honest about it. Old-fashioned. An old-fashioned one. Why it didn't take any of those signals or throw any of those signals, I don't know. Yeah, it beats the hell out of me. I don't have any restriction or anything. I'm looking at both the chat on OBS, plus I have this stream just like you do, playing on a machine, on one of my other machines on an upper monitor. So I'm just like when I post over here, hold on. When I post over there in that new thing, it's like, there you go. It looks like that, right? As opposed to when I do this. See the difference? The yellow thing is from OBS from my streaming machine, and the one up above the test thing with 1149 is just as if I am a viewer of the thing as you. Ex-institutional trader exposes only way to follow the cheesy title. Okay. I'll look and see. And that's just, you search by that in YouTube, or is it in the ATSA channel exactly, or? Anyway, I'll use that and look. Thanks. Man. Yeah, exactly. One is from the upper one there, the 1149 is when I post in the stream just like you would on my upper machine. Different machine, different everything. And then the yellow thing is from this actual streaming machine from OBS. So, yeah. But I don't know. Do you see the time stamps next to your posts? I assume. If you do, what was the time stamp on the one about the video, which I didn't see? Maybe I can see if there's a missing, some missing thing. Anyway. How do you bitch about free, right? I've had it now. And they're smacking all over that IB and not getting any traction. That 7600 is the strike, so I guess that makes sense. According to Free World over here. Oh, man. I don't know. I might have that limitation too. I don't know, but I see timestamps on the side of the chat. I think you might be able to turn them off or on yourself. If you go to the top chat, hold on. Top chat, the 3-button thing. Oh yeah. If you go to the on the chat for the stream, if you go up to the top there and there's the 3 little dots before the X, you can put turn off or on timestamp. Because that part up there is just as if I'm a stream person, like, you know, whatever you call them, like you are. Oh man. Well, I'm not gonna do anything about this IB until this gets resolved somehow or another, and I don't know what that might be. I guess this might have been a situation where trading towards the IB or front running the IB was a good idea, as opposed to trying to trade a mean reversion back or waiting for the breakout and the retest. Yes. Supposing. Okay, there we go. Oops. Sorry. Way up at the top where it says top chat. It's got to. Oh, no, you're on. Yeah, way at the top, just, you know, of YouTube. There's the window, the streaming window, and then there's the chat on the other side, and way up there where you can either turn the stream off or on, and there's 3 little dots, and yeah, whatever. I don't know. I can't do a screen snap up there and move it down to the stream, so oops. It's got to be available, because that window or that computer is just like a, you know, completely random. It's got nothing to do with my streaming setup, it's a different machine and a different monitors and different everything else. Just logging on. That's why there's two different names. One is my YouTube thingy for the normal, and the other one is the stream. But so what? Doesn't matter. It is what it is. I was just figuring if the timestamps were there, I could see what time was missing. Because I find that really weird, that there would be missing, it would be dropping out. There's no missed drop frames or anything when I look at OBS. So it's, you know, it seems to be doing what it's supposed to. Hey Panda, how are you? What are you doing, little girl with the big puppy? Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I know that area very well. Been there a lot of times. On my boat, sailboat, shrimp boat, whatever. Yep. I have a really funny story about the Miami Marine Stadium too. Boy, it was a lot of fun, I'll tell you what. I don't know if you know about it, but there's a stage there. And they pull the stage up, you know, maybe 50 feet from the stadium seats. And we went there one night in a big trawler that we were running, a bunch of us crazy people in. And it was Ray Charles and the Raylettes. Man, and it was the 4th of July. Was it ever good? And people were, but in the water between the grandstand and the stage is where all of us boat people came in with our dinghies. and sat there, you know, right at the foot of the stage. And then people would get out in the water with life vests on or whatever. And of course, there was rum drinks going all over the place. And get out in the water and we're dancing, you know, like cowboy dancing, twirl the girl and all that stuff, but in the water. That was a lot of fun, boy. That's a memory I'll never forget. Ray Charles and the Raylettes and the Miami Philharmonic was backing him up. It was unbelievable. And they did the William Tell Overture at, you know, 4th of July shoot off and all that stuff. It was great. I don't remember what year that was, to be honest with you. Early 80s someplace. That was a lot of fun. Yeah. Planet Ocean too, I think. That Noah thing is probably abandoned. What, Panda? You did. Those were some fun times, boy. That's for sure. What? Well, I should have taken that IB long continuation trade, it looks like. Yeah. Dinner Key or the Columbus Day Regatta used to be a really fun big party too, in down there. You leave out of Coconut Grove and then sail down to Pumpkin Key, I think it was called, and everybody'd raft up and party and then sail back the next day. And it was supposedly a race, right? But it was that was a lot of fun. Damn. Flat on the top too of those profile. We're gonna go long. We're gonna go higher. That's for sure. All that liquidity parked out there at the 10s and the 15s. But I think it's gonna get back down to the IB again. I would suppose. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe my window of opportunity went poof. Anytime it's a flat top like that on the profile, though, that's just an observation, but boy, it seems to always bear out. I probably missed the timing, though. Gonna have to break. It would have to break down at least to the 6/6s. Ooh, here we are. The IB, and I'm busy waltzing around getting the seeds out of my straw. Son of a bitch. Timing is everything, huh? I walk out of here to get a lemon seed stuck out of my straw in my water bottle, and it drops down to the IB and turns around and goes the other way. Jesus Christ. And I could stand here for hours, and this thing would... That was the bar trade right there, too, big time. Oh, that sucks. Okay. Well, VPOC migration, bar trade hit down there. But this is looking kind of spooky up here now. What are they doing? I'll do that, thanks. It seems like I saw that. I agree with your cheesy title idea. It seems like I saw that title at some point scrolling around up there, but we'll see. Now I'm trying to not miss another potential setup here. A little spooky now, though. Can't get any higher above those previous highs after that touch. I thought I'd missed it completely down there, but a little spooky. Well, I don't have any fantasies that they're going to pull this thing all the way back to the 25% line and then it's going to turn around and go, but I really don't know what to think here, to be honest about it. Looks like it's got lower in it to me. Had a lot of pretty good boat related experiences, actually. Now that I think about them. Go ahead, Panda. Dad's trying to think. That's right, yeah, I know you really need it. Yeah. Being paged by the boss. God damn, every time this. I'm thinking this is a long. Another bar, I guess, huh? Son of a bitch. I don't know what to make of this price action myself. Well, Lauderdale has always been the yachting capital of the world. Or it always used to be anyway, but you know, Bahia Mar and all that. 15th Street Fishery, Bahia Mar. I think I might have been on mute there. Yeah, Lauderdale's always, Lauderdale's always been the yachting capital, right? With Bahia Mar, 15th Street Fishery, and all the islands, you know, with all the docks behind them. More so, more of that than in Miami. There's a few up the Miami River and around Coral Gables, but that's not as many as Lauderdale. Well, look at this damn thing go, and I just stood here like a bump on a log. Yeah, Dad's a dummy. Okay. An interesting trip sometime within a smaller boat is go up the New River and in Lauderdale there off Las Olas, along Las Olas, and you can go all the way back up around by Summerfield and River Bend and then down the Dania Cutoff Canal, and you end up down there in Port of Miami. Interesting trip. This XGEX thing is saying the target is the call wallet at 76.50 today. A lot of those boats are owned by people who don't live there. You know, investors and stuff that live who the hell knows where, Nebraska. And they just dock them because it's so easy access to the ocean. The Bahamas are 40 miles away, you know, all that stuff. That's what I know or remember. Who knows anymore, but. Yep. And don't forget the exotic girls. Pretty expensive too. Well, here's the 10s, and I stand here like a bump on a freaking log and don't get 10 points. Jesus Christ. I'm my own worst enemy. Huh. And there's a Trump dump. Hello. Well, what did Donnie John have to say here? Oh, he's busy having a press conference or something because he's busy talking up a storm as far as financial juice has to say. Iranian leadership is duplicitous. There's a word I've never heard before. He's used it about 3 or 4 times here in these quotes. I'm gonna have to Google and see if that's actually a word. I never heard that. I don't think in my life. Duplicitous. I did have to last Friday. I don't know whether you were around last weekend or not, but I had to think this was pretty funny. If that isn't the pot calling the kettle black, I have never seen one in my life. Jesus Christ. Duplicitous, huh? Wow. Look at here. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Trump's busy jabbering. All about how duplicitous Iran is. The Navy's controlling the Straits of Hormuz. And is any of that true? Does anybody have any idea whether, he's just Don Quixote or what's going on, Yeah, Jesus. Talking about a problem that Iran caused. Yeah, they had no business having a country there, so we could drop bombs on them. What a crock of crazy shit. I mean, I guess maybe people don't remember that. 6 months ago there was no war. Take care, yeah. Have a good one. Well, I need to figure out what to do next here, I guess. That's bird broke everything. There we go. Now we're ripping. Well, at the risk of chasing a breakout, I would have gotten long, but my big mistake was missing that pullback to the POC, and I'm not going to chase them long. So that's off the table. See that? Well, this drives me crazy when it starts doing this and I've missed my entry. I have all this monkey boy stuff, you know, this FOMO and get long and chase it and all that crap. Not good. All those things are, you know, did us pretty good way back when, but it comes down to in our DNA now, so it's a bad deal. It's all pretty much contrary to things we need as traders. FOMO, fear of missing out, revenge trading, desire to be right, all that stuff. Risk aversion. Those are all, I refer to them as monkey boy stuff. Things that's in our wiring. And maybe it's valid, you know. Maybe these are valid areas to go long on the, you know, buy the dips. But I don't know what to think. And when you look at the profile, look at the day so far. And it's still a flat top, meaning indicating to me we're going to go higher. 76.50 is the target on the the GEX stuff that I had gotten over the weekend. How true it, well, we'll see how it all pans out. Definitely a gap and go. They didn't even remotely think about turning around.
Violet, you come to me at 5. The rabbit, he jumped immediately.
But he didn't come in here. He doesn't know she's there. Yeah, this is a real bad situation for me. I missed a trade I should have definitely taken, but it wasn't part of my setup. So I don't feel so bad about that. But this continual gradual stair steps up, these are killers for me. Because it's just, I don't overtrade them. I don't trade them, but it's, psychologically, it's just, okay, so I'm thinking, well, yeah, they're going to come down a little bit. Okay, well, maybe they're going to come down, up and up and up you go, and you're looking at the targets of, 14 and 20 and 50 up above, and it's tough. Very, very tough. Excuse me. And do you just take these little pullbacks, these bars, these baby bar trades here with the breakout and the retest? I don't know. Now, is this a retest, or are they going to start bringing it down now? $11. Flat as a fritter on the top up there. Did we get anything anywhere? No. No. Funny we didn't get a breakout. Wow, that's pretty amazing. Look at this here for a minute. No breakout here. You see that? The breakout constitutes open inside, close outside. We didn't do that on any of this. My. Well, so by my trading plan and my statistical levels, there has been no trigger. So I got nothing to worry about. I mean, other than the fact that I stand here lamenting that I'm missing out on all this action. You know, I'm talking about it right here at 10, and I'm saying no. And now here we've got 12 or 13, and we've got 14 above us, and then 20 above that, and then 50 above that. And the developing value area highs smack on the top, meaning that that's a flat top and up there high. Not sure what the hell gap they're talking about over here. I don't think this is pertinent anymore. Gap high. I'm gonna nuke that bad boy. And I'll do my secret. No, whenever there's a level is not valid anymore, I change the text to black until I make sure before I delete it. Oh yeah. Now I'm really having fun with that. Very funny, very funny. Well, this is kind of frustrating here. Pretty much. fall wall up here is a is a major level. When we approach it, any market maker that's short or is going to have to sell to maintain his hedge. Because people are going to start closing those calls out. So he's got to start selling the underlying to maintain his hedge. They do. They, whatever. And the other way for the put wall, of course, which is at the bottom. Before I start spending a lot of money on the Gex thing, I'm going to make sure that it works. I do believe that it does, but, you know. Yeah, this is so frustrating. Oh, I know one thing I forgot to do. I forgot to put the algo thing over there. Wonder if it'll run at the same time as this. So what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it should. Wait a minute. Does that all look terrible? That thing used to be $700 or $800, I thought. What is this now? The retracement now. No, there's no retracement involved there. Breakout. Let's see. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, well, there's the breakout. There's T1 and T2. And these levels are based on the percentage of the IB. So, you know, and again, this is just, you know, fantasy land. This is me playing with algorithms, trying to see how to get them to work and write them and whatever else. And, you know, if I can define strategies with them, great. What do you do here? I don't know. The thinking is that typically when there's a situation like this, stops will build above and you need to wait for them to be taken out, the retest, and that's the liquidity that they need to go up. Whether that's logical, makes sense, is truth, I don't know. Well, that looks like it worked to me. They went there and back here and up we go. Disappointing. Sorry. Hit the mic boom. Sorry about that. I guess this bar trade right here was a great one, but what fractal do you look at that in? There's the breakout and the retest. Wake up. And they're going to come back down and test it again. Or do it again. Bars, you know, that's what I don't know. I'm getting pretty sick of standing here, though, that's for sure. Well, before I get all FOMOed up here and think I'm going to make a trade, I think I will step away also. This is not any kind of a environment for me to be involved in. Chopping around on the top of a trend, going into lunch. Yeah. I don't think that would be a good idea. I'll be right back. I'll be back in a bit. Well, let's see now. We didn't have a drawdown. We did get below this little consolidation here. And now here. Yeah, 12 o'clock. I'm going to step aside. I think it is the right one. I just listened to it while I was putting the stuff in my eyes. I think it's the right one. IQ Capital. Yeah. And the guys from Germany. Marcos, I think his name was. Yeah. Boy, it's one hell of a market, huh? Wow. I hope you got along on the magic box and you're still sitting there. I don't know what to make of that IQ Capital thing. I never heard about him before, and then all of a sudden there's that little guy showing up all the time on my YouTube. I'm not sure what the deal is. But yeah, good interesting content. Well, the VPOC migrations were spot on. 1, 2, 3. Wait a minute, am I on the right screen? Yeah. And according to the call wall thing, the target's 50. So let's see where that goes.
I don't remember how the damn case goes on. It seems like it's all the way around.
Hey, baby. Hey, panda.
Okay. Yeah, I did that, but I did it on my phone, so that's what I was saying earlier. I'll do it on the computer later. I can't see much on the phone. Well, looky here. Kind of don't doubt if I'll get to T2 up here, but never know. Oh, cool. Thanks a lot. This guy's this. I know this IQ isn't, but is the trader guy? I forgot his name, Marco or whatever. The German guy. Has he got anything? Is that software he's using? Is that ATAS or? I didn't look. I couldn't see on my phone. I tried to zoom in, but I couldn't see anything. Just curious. I wonder how many new prop shop places there are. That's obviously the way to make money in this space. Everybody figured that out, I guess. It's amazing how many there are now. And I don't really know how tough it is to set them up. I know that there was one called. I actually was funded by it. Now I don't remember the name. It's like not my funded futures, but it was oh, anyway, the name of it is the gal that started it was a bartender here in Houston. I mean, maybe she's got, had some connection to some guys with money or whatever, but I don't think it must not be too big too complicated a process, I guess. I don't know. Obviously, there's a lot of them. Well, yeah, backtesting is logic, is how you get from luck to logic. I mean, that's the only way. Everybody agrees. That's the only actual way to do it. If you're going to trade discretionarily, then there is no backtesting and there is no system. So yeah, then you do need to just try it and see how many times how it works. I get, as I understand it, absolutely. Okay. Oh, almost power hour time. Power hour city.
What, Panda? Good morning, good afternoon. Oh, what a big nap. How was that nap? Was it good? Yeah? Did you have a nice nap? So we're going to head for that call wall 50s, huh? Okay. Call wall. Oh boy. What? Pretty amazing. I would have never guessed. All that stuff seems to work. It'll be interesting to see if that the selling comes in against that call wall like it's supposed to. Like all of these things say it's supposed to do. All of this stuff over here, I was noticing actually. And watch these values change. This stuff is live. So interesting. Here's that call wall. It's been there since forever. My little system here, my little algo boy. There's T1 scale to break even and
There's T2, which I can't imagine it'll get to above the call wall, but we'll see what happens. Pretty interesting. There's supposed to be a bunch of, according to the theory, all the market makers who are, when they get up to these call walls, the market makers who are short the calls need to force the wall, forced to sell to the underlying to maintain their hedge, which creates basically brings the futures down. So let's see what happens. The only trade that was taken that was the breakout on that old algo thing. There's no triggers on either one of these actual structural trades that have been back tested. I've never done well. I just always feel like I'm chasing or FOMO, and when there's a trend like this. And if you look at just common sense, I mean, look at that. VPOC migration, VPOC migration, VPOC migration, VPOC migration, you know, and or trade straight up and touch the IB, and that's another one, the IBC. Yeah, very hindsight, of course, really clear, but really hard to take, hard to stomach. Take ownership of not trading that. It's pretty crazy. Truth, but crazy. So let's see, I have to find some sort of something else here. Where am I? What am I on? Okay. What do we have? Trump ends his remarks at 1340 in the Oval Office. Well, I didn't know he was making them, but okay, good. I'm glad they're over. That's all I can say. I'm glad they're over. Yeah, it's the level that's striped with the highest participation. Yeah, exactly. And it's where they have to start selling the hedge if they're long. Wish I could bring this thing down to the other monitor, then you could just see what I'm reading and it'd be easier. How to trade at the call wall is your primary resistance target in a bullish session. Reaching it is significant. Closing through it on high volume is a structural breakout that typically triggers a cascade as dealers scramble to re-hedge at higher strikes. If price stalls at the call wall and reverses, it confirms a structural ceiling is holding. The call wall marks where the heaviest call side options concentration lives. As price approaches the level, market makers who are short those calls are forced to sell the underlying to maintain their hedge, creating a mechanical resistance that intensifies the closer price gets. This is not a guess. This is where real positioning in the options chain creates a real gravitational pull against upside continuation. So let's see what we will see. Let's just see. I need to copy that, I guess, and put it in the description so they're in the notes or whatever, you know. If you can stream, can you stream live? Can you live stream in Discord? Huh. I think you can. But I don't know whether... Oh, I don't know how to do all that. I have to think about that. Ooh. I should have stuck with my stupid little trading view algo here. It's doing just great. What a cute little guy. I mean, pretty tough, right? Breakout. It's exactly what I should have done. I mean, that's the old IB stuff that I had vetted long ago. Basically, you know, I mean, it's basically an orb. The breakout is just essentially the IB or the orb breakout is exactly the same thing. Just obviously a stroke of luck today. Coincidence today. This level that I don't see here that I've got to find, put walls, of course, we know where they are. We know where the high volume level is, high volatility level. The vol trigger. Max pain center. And then intermediates are the mid and the PD high and low and all that stuff. Where the hell is the max pain center? I don't see that anywhere. Max pain. Oh, there it is. Okay. Absolutely. Huh. Oh, there you go. High volatility area, max pain center, all above the put wall and underneath the Gex flip. Okay. Amazing. Truly amazing. Yeah, I guess so. I've never done that. Anytime I've ever seen a Tom B stream, it was always in YouTube. But yeah, that's what, when I was thinking about that just now out loud, I was thinking, yeah, wait a minute, I think I've seen him do that. Because because Discord is handier and people can talk and post stuff, and this is pretty much a one-way street up here. Max Pain Center, that's pretty cute. Where is that? 74.25. That's the center of gravity of the options chain. This is all, and this is, remember, these options thing that I'm watching here, or that this comes across the screen, is on the MES, not the ES. So, not what you're trading. I'd love to see him go zoom it up here to this call wall and then see a big sell off. Just to see if all this stuff actually happens. Oh, there's a volatility wall above the call wall and below the put wall. Okay. Or volatility trigger. I'm sorry. Acceleration threshold. Oh, that's the price where the dealer rehedging cascade begins. Oh, that's interesting. I'm assuming that all this is real. Maybe it's all Maybe it's all somebody's, likes to read comic books a lot. I don't know. So here's the ball trigger. So the story is then that if they get through here, well, that's 50 handles. That's a long way. If they get through here, above here, when they get to this is where the automatic re-hedging cascade begins. I can't imagine that would happen. Oh, wrong window. Here. And there's one below the put wall too. Oh man. At the money. Boy, look how the volume's just dying. Well, no, 1420. Okay, I got it. I understand. And I'll tell you, that thing frustrates me so much about that Norton crap. It's so amazing to me that you Google Edge and it tells you to go do something that doesn't exist. I just find that's unbelievable. But, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Whatever the AI Copilot, whatever the hell that stupid thing's called for Edge, you'd think it would know about Edge. I only started using Edge because I saw some stuff about Chrome as a huge memory hog and memory leak, and just keeps sucking up and storing and storing and storing. And that Edge was a lot lighter. That's the only reason. I'd never turned on Edge in my life until then. I tried to stay away from it, and that's only been, maybe 6 months ago or a year or something. Look at this thing go. Well, if it goes. Yeah, well, yeah. There's 1,000 different ways to skin this cat, I guess, you know. Magic trades the magic box. It's great. I mean, go figure. Yeah, there are a zillion different ways to go about it. I think volume profile and that stuff, unless you're using the levels, is much more adapted to a discretionary trading, I think. Because it's all discretionary. It's all watching that stuff, you know? It's not quantified at all, really, other than the levels. I don't think. That's just my opinion. Well, we're just about rounding the final curve here. The max pain, oh, that's pretty interesting. Center. The magnetic center. It's the price at which the total dollar value of all outstanding options contracts expire worthless. Huh. That's interesting. But that's way the hell below us. Of course, this is a crazy day, I guess. Yeah, that would be a max pain deal, I guess. Huh. Not sure how I understand that. I don't know how that could be possible with various different strikes and expiration times. Seems weird. Well, they're going to take it up, I guess, huh? 40's right there. There's some liquidity. They're going, come on, come on, come up here. And then there's the 50, and that's the call wall. Oh. Yeah. There you are. I'm sure Tom's probably long from the Open. Or somebody is, I'm sure. Rod, maybe. Wonder how the aftermarket, the evening, like Asia, for example, how does it normally react to some kind of a crazy day like this? I wonder. I have no idea. I've never watched it that much. There's some statistics that could be done, I'm sure. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Must be. Now, just looking at this list of stuff that's written up here on this one of my upper monitors, and just vol trigger and max pain and the minor levels and all that stuff that I don't know much about, really. I guess 0 DT. Now that couldn't be right, could it? Would this stuff be for 0 DTE? That would mean it would expire today, isn't it? There's the volume. There's the load for all the strikes. $7,800 to 70. Interesting stuff, all this. Are they going to get ripping, or what's the deal here? Rip it up, baby. Let's get up here and do this thing. They're running out of days now. They're running out of time. Running out of time here. Yeah. Makes sense. These down here are the strikes. Where am I? Oops, wrong one. These are the different strikes and the size of all the strikes, I guess. But then the maximum pain thing is right there. What else we got around here? Trigger, okay. I guess there's only, yeah. So according to this, the maximum pain is at 74 quarter. Well, that's a hell of a long way down there. Huh. And it's all algos, I guess, now. Huh? So it's all programmed. None of it is discretion. He talks about it somewhere in one of his, somewhere or another, in some of this paper, paperwork, or whatever you call it, the description. Let me see where, if it's, I thought I saw something about it. It's a real long description. The 6 levels by free gamma. Here, what do we got? And I quote, every level you see is derived from real, live, CBOE options market data. The same data that institutional clients reference every morning for the open. Not price action, not indicators, not lagging calculations. The actual options chain, processed, weighted, and placed on your chart automatically every session. Oh, there you go. I don't know. Just that's what he said. That's what it says. And there's whatever this big long thing is, your description of all the levels and how to trade them and intermediate levels and what the display panels show and the Greek decay and Vanna and charm and dealer flow and all that stuff. The regime, the expected move. Quite amazing. Hell of a lot of work, I would think. Beats me. All right. Well, anyway, the market recap here quickly. It shouldn't be any big secret to anybody what the hell happened today. Except that I didn't make any money on it. I hope somebody did. I hope you're along from way down south there, Anton. I'm sure Magic is probably needing oxygen. It's funny today. There's the day. There's the first print, and here we are right now. So there you go. That's the complete session in view because I put Blue Boy on the first print of the day, and this is the inside market always. So there you go. One hell of a trend day. 37, room 2, somewhere. What's the bottom down here? I'm going to shut that stupid trade thing off before I do something I really am mad about. There we go. I get to clicking around here without paying attention then, and next thing I know I have a trade going on and I'm pretty thoroughly pissed. Okay. And they came right down within a tick of the previous of closing the outside gap, but did not do that, or the outside day. Didn't take the overnight low, and just got the open and the IB high or IB low right all down here at the bottom of 45s. And we're up here at 635, so we're 100 and no, we're 90 points today overall. Okay. And no big news or anything. This is just, I don't know what this is, I guess. IRT, same drama. There's today on the micro composite chart. Wow. Let's think about what's new here. What's going to happen next? Well, tomorrow we're going to have Jolts. That's the main one out tomorrow. We are up to our noses in the earnings, so that's going to be, this is a big week, right? Because this is going to be non-farm and everything else. What's tomorrow bring? We've got both Berkshires and somebody who I forgot. A Palantir reporting after the bell. Tomorrow? Ooh, SpaceX, baby. There you go. SpaceX and AMD. Wow, there we go. Interesting because they've lost money for the last 20 years. It'll be interesting to see how that makes money. I'm sure it will, but, you know, there you go. Math can do anything, I guess. So this is investing.com. It's free. You can obviously filter it for whatever you want. You see how it's used. Typically, they only report normal, old-fashioned economic stuff. That's why I like it. This is Financial Juice, which is the other side of the coin, and they have a squawk box, which is real handy. And that's how I knew Trump had said something and then quit saying it, because it's showed it up over here. Sometimes if they get some random thing into the, you know, release that's going to be showing up, they'll have it. Boy, this is all goofed up. Look at how it's 4, 5, 4. Oh, come on, man. There we go. That's a little better. And this is where we'll have the market on closing balance at 1450 every day. So that's about it for the market wrap. I mean, what do you say? It's been straight up all day. Hopefully you're long. You got long early and had patience. And then you had, this is the kind of days that can make your year, you know, if you have it worked out right. Absolutely. This is IRT, by the way. If in the header of any of these tabs is the instrument, chart type, the periodicity, and the session. This group is the micros, and this group is the minis. Well, will be if it ever opens up. There we go. I'd say we're going to bust up. You see how these gold lines are? Well, this one's right under here, and this one's up here. These are the balance lines. In order for this profile to be volume balanced, it needs to trade up to here. And typically when we close a session like this, we get that movement in the overnight. A little bit more excess on this side, on the micros. But just look how flat that thing is. Does it look like the auction finished to you? It doesn't to me. They're pulling it back a little here from the whatever this is, the squeeze of who the hell knows who's getting squeezed. I guess whoever was short is not happy about it right now, whoever that may be, retail or commercial or wholesale or whoever it is. So there we go. That's pretty much it for the market recap that I've got going on. I didn't watch any videos except the one about with the German guy today. No. And I did watch this, as I said earlier this morning, I watched those videos over the weekend about, and I tried to figure out how to set up this thing that I downloaded here about us, and I watched a bunch of those, several of those videos. I wouldn't say a bunch, probably 4 or 5, 3 or 4, of that fella, whoever his name is. And I wish I could remember or knew. You know who I mean. Not the gal, but the guy. About those 3 indicators and liquidity and all that stuff. I didn't watch anything about Mentor Q. I did watch a lot of stuff from that fractal deal about, and listen to it while I was doing my hike yesterday. About this Gex stuff. It's 94. Holy crap, it's 35 out there. Oof. A lot of the data is floating around out there. People try to make it seem like it's a big deal because that's how they can charge a lot of money, I guess. Be interesting to see the Mentor Q and just, see how the levels line up in the day. Now, I don't know about, if I'm not mistaken, and what it says up here somewhere that I was reading about the data, they're all plotted on the chart before the open. Now, and I think that is exactly what I've read about the levels. They are not recalculated throughout the day, like the Gex flip and those kind of things. Maybe somebody does that. I don't know, but I don't think that's the deal. And that's not the deal with this thing. I think it's only once a day, but there are levels within it are live. I mean, functions of the stuff inside of it are live, but the specific calculations on the walls and stuff are not. I don't know whether that's different or not. So it'll be interesting to see. And I had the bright idea that this ATAS thing would be able to let me see about the lag story, but it's delayed, so that's useless. I mean, as far as not useless that they don't, that it's delayed is their business, but it wouldn't do any good showing me about a delay or not. And I still, things I couldn't figure out, and I did play with it for quite a while too, like how to get this price down where I can see something closer than $5 or $2.50. I think is as close as it'll get is $2.50. $10. It's not what I had in mind, I don't think. Or by the time I wind it out so far, I think it will only get, there's $1.25, but it's so spread out that I can't really, maybe it's because I've got the fonts so big that it's making the levels within it too wide, probably. I didn't, I kind of monkeyed around with it like this for a while and thought, oh, okay, well, I'm going to do something else. But Tam wanted to go, she's on me to teach her to drive, and it's a good idea, so that's what we did yesterday afternoon. After my walk, and then Saturday is the big, mow the lawn and do all the house stuff. Go to the market, all that. Here we go, VPOC migration once again, up here to the top. Ooh, baby, we're going to go shooting out the roof over here. Maybe. Well, they better do something for $300 or $400 a month. Better call you up and say, hey, make a trade. I think it's like Bookmap. They're riding the wave. Everybody's excited about this put thing. So, yeah, good for them. I don't have any problem with people that have come up with an idea that everybody thinks is great and make money on it. That's for sure. Bookmap being one of them, you know, and look at IRT. And I suppose that a good trader could do just as well trading view. Or I don't know if you have to, I have no idea if you have to have a more higher cost per month plan in order to trade with it or something. I have no idea. I have not looked into it, or I'm not interested in doing that. But, you know, the only thing I use Bookmap for in reality is the execution stuff and the volume profiles over here, you know, with where they are and the session prices. The only thing I use IRT for, besides the back testing and, you know, away from the market, is session prices. So, yeah, if I was a good, just, you know what I mean? It's a poor, there's an old saying that says it's a poor workman that blames his tools. And that's probably pretty true. And I'm sure, you know, any good trader or somebody that's consistently profitable with the system can have well, you know, think of all the people that supposedly make lots of money with a laptop on the beach, right? But really. And it boils, and I think it also cooks down to what the goal is. Well, there was the market on close orders, and that was about a nothing burger. Buy side all the way, 1,492,000,000. Boom, am I on the wrong window? Yep. 1,237,000,000, 727,000,000, and 289,000,000. Oh boy, let's go. Let's buy those contracts. It's going to the moon, Alice. Let's go. There you are. There you have it. There you have it. What a day. Whew. If they take them up, they're going to do it into the, you know, the closing swing trade, I guess. It just pretty much fell on its ass up here, didn't it? There's that 50. There's the call wall. Right there. There's some liquidity sitting there. Man, I need something, tea or coffee or something. I'm crazy. I just look at my phone, the temperature, and I feel hot just looking at the phone. Well, this is about the top of the hour here. Welcome and thanks for dropping by. Risk Neutral Trading every trading day at 0800 Central Standard Time for the full cash market. So we'll wind her up here at 1500. I don't know whether I'll do a Globex stream or Asia Orb stream tonight or not. I'll have to think about it. If I do, it'll be live. Otherwise, there will be a tomorrow morning. Might be interesting to, I mean, my machines will be on. It's just a matter of whether I may trade or not. That's the reason I have to stream, because I have a commitment to never take a trade off of the stream. So and that's for transparency and accountability. I mean, what the hell good is a journal if you don't journal stuff, right? It doesn't make any sense. So that's the reason I stream them. If I do it as a precaution in case there's something in a trade presents itself that I would take. Otherwise, I watch the market every day, of course, and every night, but not from the I'm going to trade it point of view. Typically, that's when I do my homework. Vetting trades, back testing, practice trades, forward testing, that stuff. Pulling down a little bit here. Think they're going to swing trade, closing swing it or what? I'm surprised. I know we've talked about this before, and I think I've said this exact thing before. I'm surprised that Gex stuff is not all over Tasty Live or, Thinkorswim or one of those ones that those guys cooked up, because that's the whole point. I'm surprised. Maybe it is, and I just don't know anything about it. I've never looked at the Tasty Live program. I do have something, Thinkorswim thing. Well, they're going to wind her up here pretty quick. 4 minutes. Remember life balance is really important for those of you who are not here frequently or aren't here all the time. Make sure you're well rested, well hydrated. If you're on emotional tilt, throw your mouse out the window. I mean, all that stuff. We're in one of the most highly competitive environments that there is. And the people that are on the other side of the screen, other side of your trades, are some of the most highly paid, well-funded, well-programmed algorithms and machines in the world that money can buy. So, and the futures market is a zero-sum game. So if you don't know that, you need to get your head around that one in a big hurry. There is no such thing as more buyers than sellers or more sellers than buyers. Absolutely impossible. It's a contract. It takes a buyer and a seller. The only way the market moves is market orders, aggression. Price goes down by sellers, the ask, crossing the inside market and hitting the bid. Price goes up by aggressive buyers, crossing the inside market and lifting the ask. That's it. Period. And it's a zero-sum game. So somebody's on the other side of every trade. And who do you suppose that somebody might be? For example, all of this buying right here, how do they buy? How do you suppose that happened? Somebody was selling to them. How does that somebody that sold all this market, how are they going to make money? The market goes up to go down. It goes down to go up. I mean, I really think it's almost that simple. Obviously, very complicated mechanics in the background, but in 90% of the market, I mean, 90% of the time It's a dealer or market maker on the other side of the trade. It's not, because that's how the matching engines work. I don't think that I'm taking a trade and Anton's buying it for me and I'm selling it, that kind of thing. I don't think that even happens. So you need to, that's something you should wrap your head around if you don't know it already. Obviously, Anton and anybody who's normal in here all the time knows all that, but for the sake of those who might not be here all the time or don't know, there you are. That ought to be an eye-opening revelation. Over time, yes, the market goes lower right to up, lower left to upper right, based on inflation and all that stuff. But in the day and in the normal course of trading, it's very definitely no question about the fact that it's a zero-sum game. So if I buy from you, you buy this. If you sell me a share right now or a contract right now, what are you gonna hope happens, and how are you gonna make money? It's got to go down for you to make $1, for you to make your investment back, period. The way the dealers and the market makers do it is they're hedging off. That's what all this Gex talks about. They're hedging off because they take the spread. So their whole goal in life is to be delta neutral. That's what I think. And if I'm wrong, I would love to hear about it. Where is this now? Oh, we're at 1500. There's 7 hours on the clock. Oh boy, oh boy. Well, I'll tell you what, that is one interesting day right there. And I don't see any closing swing trade or anything else going on here. So maybe they're in the hole. There's no news. I mean, Michigan numbers, okay. I don't think the earnings tomorrow are out to a hill of beans. I don't think much anybody cares about what happens to either Palantir or whoever it is. As far as market making goes. So, yeah. There we are. Boop. Me too. Have a great one, man. Take care of yourself. And that'll do it for me in general, Mr. Stream. If you see if you care and you see a live stream for the Asian Open or the Asian Orb, look and see. If I decide to do it, I'll run it live. Otherwise, it will be tomorrow morning at 8 Central Standard Time.